1, 2, 3. There we go. Hosting stuff. There we go. Now this working fine. Okay, all we gotta do now is wait a little bit and we can get started. Hey Lunatic, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Hello. How are you? Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good today. You're doing good? That is good. That is good to hear. Oh, you're suffering. That is not so good to hear. Damn the plot twist. Damn the plot twist. Suffering is good to hear. Nah. Nah. I mean, it could be, depends on what you're into, you know? Who am I to judge? Who am I to judge, really? We don't judge in this stream. No. And now actually I am energy. Eh? What happened? Did you drink too much gamer subs or something? Or maybe too much sugar? What happened? What happened? If I drank gamer subs I would be asleep. Oh, so you're the same as Momochi then. I see. Just 1 second. It's time for us to get started. Hello everyone, how's everyone doing today? Hello, hope you're doing good. And to reiterate what I said about Momochi, every time Momochi drinks like gamer subs works for her, but coffee and cola that also have caffeine only makes her sleepy. They only make her sleepy. I think it's because she has resistance to caffeine. And at this point, only like really peak caffeinated stuff works for her. How are you doing, Lunatic? Technically, you already told me that you're suffering with energy. I'm not entirely sure what that means. You never had caffeine? Oh! So you drink decaf gamer subs. Okay. That case, I wouldn't recommend the caffeine gamer subs because it has a lot. I drink caffeine gamer subs, I meant I never had it before. Ah, okay, I see. So, today, I've been working on the new intro screen on the side, And I think it's time for us to actually get into it for reals, right? So I want to work with you guys on the new intro screen. This is a concept I have so far. The idea is to try to make it look like a game intro, basically. I had a time where I drank a cup and accidentally passed out in my chair. Ah, I see. Huh, interesting. That is very interesting, Lunatic. Momochi can be the same, but not with gamer subs. Just with coffee. I think the effects wear off too quickly for you too. Honestly, I just think maybe the effects just don't work for too long. So I was working on this for a while. And I was like, oh, I'm just gonna make Kiba and Ninjalings popping in and out randomly, and it's gonna be cute. Then I had the idea of making this a little bit like a game screen, right? I had a time to drink a compass to lift my chair. Don't actually get energy though. I mean, if we are gonna be very scientifically specific, right? You don't get energy at all from coffee. Lenetic, thank you for the sub. 49 months in a row, tier 3. I really appreciate your support. I really do. Thank you. I gotten greedy. Instead of just doing random stuff here, here's what I want to do. Let me show you. It's gonna get like an intro, like it's an intro screen for a while. Looks like it's just this, but suddenly the start has been pressed. And the day rises. So basically, what we're gonna do today is we are going to do the color transitions for daybreak, right? And then we're gonna go and gonna start to doing like little activities throughout the day for the Ninjalings and Kiba, doing different stuff in the backyard until it's nightfall again. And then when it's nightfall again, the screen rises back, Kiba reappears at the rooftop, and it goes back to the title screen, so to speak. That is the concept for our intro screen. So I haven't actually started working on the colors here yet, so for now our main thing is going to be to do the coloring transition properly. I want to do effects with the color because this is a little bit of stuff that I may have learned or not in the art class. I say may because I think I understood it, but you know how it is when you actually start working on something that you thought you understood, right? That's usually when doubts start to surface. And then you're like, huh, maybe I do need to study a little bit more. Hopefully I got it. If I didn't, I have something to ask my teacher this week. So either way we profit. Either way we profit. Thank you for the pet, Lunatic. Did it go through right? Let me see, is it working? Steak. Ow. Yes, it is. So, I was planning. You were planning? Yeah. I'm doing some rigging today, but... I got distracted. That happens. Very common, actually. And now it's 10 p.m. Wow, you got pretty distracted then. That is fair. That is fair. What mayhap caught your attention, lunatic? What was it? Did you see a cool new anime? Did you see a cool new stuff? Reading? Oh! What kind of book? What kind of book? I hope you were reading a book and not like doom scrolling on Twitter. You're not the type though. Which is good. God, I watched a video today. Random mangas and manhwas in my reading app. Oh, that is nice. That is nice. Anything cool? Anything cool? Did you just see an isekai that was actually good? Supposedly those two exist, but I'm no longer sure anymore. Man, I went through like 7 of them. 7 isekais? That's a lot of isekais. That's a lot of isekais. Sir, we can't keep doing this. The trucking industry in Japan is getting bad-mouthed for far too long. No, our popularity is down through the ceilings? No, the floors. Everyone thinks they see a truck, they think they're gonna die. People are literally lining up because they want to be in another world. It's terrible. 2 of them were isekais? Alright then. It's interesting how much isekais are popular. Can I be real? Isekais in the current format, they always irked me a little bit because it always feels like they're saying that, well, are you having trouble with your life? Fuck it, just try to restart elsewhere and it will be fine. I don't know. Doesn't feel like good life lessons, you know? Okay, so let me think. Maybe we can do like the colors reflecting. One of them was super cute. It was about a princess who will guarantee die when she reaches 21 due to a curse. She was a cancer patient her whole life and cherishes the new one by being able to walk freely and do things freely for the remainder of life. It's adorable. Aww. That is cute. What's the name of that one? That sounds like one with a lot of feels. Which means Momochi is probably not gonna like it, but that's neither here nor there. Hmm. I was just having fun with the time limit. Interesting name. Not gonna lie, very interesting name. Yeah, no, absolutely. That is a name that catches your attention for sure. Let me see if I can find a good transitionary. Color. I think this one is fine. So this is the color that we want. Shift R. Oh, this works! This works well. This one works very well. That sounds both sad and adorable. Dang. Meanwhile, I've been laughing my ass off at Rama Half. They introduced a character that I was honestly kinda dreading the introduction because he is like the embodiment of very uncomfortable anime tropes of all yore. And he's been introduced. I was wondering if they were going to like rework him, make him more acceptable for the sensibilities of the 21st century, you know? Because the anime was done in the 80s and a lot of things have changed, perspectives on dynamics and stuff like that. So anyways, they changed a jack shit. They didn't change a single thing. We got Apozai is back in its glory, and I thought I'd be more I thought I'd be like more disturbed by this, but I am not. I am actually not. And the reason why is because he's a fucker. He is a stinker. He's a stinker. He's a fucker. He is there to make the protagonist's life hell. Everyone knows it. No one sugarcoats it. Literally, the two people who knows him best, which are his students, and they are the parents of Rama and Akane, they hate his guts so much that they try to assassinate him at every opportunity they can, but he is too freaking strong. He cannot be removed. He is an ever-present threat to any semblance of peace the characters might have. He is awful, the worst. And the anime knows it, and the anime doesn't sugarcoat it, and that's what's fun about him. And honestly, kudos. Actual freaking kudos. Props to that, actually. That's actually pretty good. Pointing out when bad things are bad is good. Yes, yes, yes. Not just acting. but he is problematic. No one likes him. No one likes him. No one thinks this is alright. Like, even the more sexist characters don't think he's alright. No one wants that. No one wants that. And he is slimy. It's so good though. He creates such good chaos. He creates such good chaos. Momochi was laughing her ass off throughout the episode. Like Shampoo got introduced and Momochi wasn't too impressed with like the Shampoo arc. But the episode from the other last week and this one where Hapose got introduced, she was laughing so hard. She was laughing so hard. Because, like, they literally don't consider him human. He is just called an yokai. And he has techniques like a freaking battle aura that turns into a giant kaiju. And it's just his own malevolence. He's just so malevolent. He focuses like his own malevolence, his pettiness, and his pervertedness, all in one thing. And turns into a giant monster. It's like, it's so funny. It's so funny. And he is like a very big barrier that Rama has to overcome. And then like, oh, you can change into a girl? Awesome. Wear this bra for me. There's no way to describe Hapose. Hapose is like... Hapose like takes the... You know the perverted old man trope? That old cliche of the perverted old man? You got characters like Master Roshi, who are like perverted old mans, but also the anime tries to sugarcoat them and make them likable. You know? That kind of stuff. So Rama is not really that interested in making Hapose likable. Hapose becomes likable because the anime is not trying to make Hapose likable. If that makes any sense. What's likable about Hapose is the fact that he's gonna cause so much trouble for the characters that he becomes a really interesting obstacle for them to overcome. The man is a freaking hurricane. There are no other ways to describe it. Like, within 5 seconds, he is grabbing everyone's butt. He is stealing panties. He is being awful. He is being mean-spirited. He gets constantly kicked around, but then he manages to kick everyone back, despite being an old man that kind of looks like a flea. Hold up. I think I need visual... We need visual aid here. This is who I'm talking about. This is... He isn't just a pervert old man archetype, he is the pervert old man. Apparently he gets an entry in the Loathsome Characters Wiki. Consent, what is consent? This is the 80s. Like, he also has, despite that, he also has sort of a... You know what? No, he doesn't have a moral code. He gets in his head that he is going to... Literally, earlier, it's like... The main thing about him is that he is extremely fickle. So he changes his mind about stuff like very, very easily. So he's like perfect for trying to do exactly one creepy thing per episode and then never trying it again because he changes his mind about it. It's kind of a rather unique character dynamic, I'll say that much. But yeah, like, goddammit. And the good thing about Hapozai is that the author, I think it's because, I don't know if it's because the author is a woman. She knows, I think she knows exactly when to pull out on the shenanigans. Where she goes like, okay, that is enough where the chaos behavior becomes too creepy. Let's wrap this up. And it's also kind of almost normalized in the Rama universe. Like, there are characters who are just straight up cripples. And they come in all genders. For Rama's extreme distaste, because he got both genders, so he can get twice as harassed. It is a very... It's hard to... It's actually pretty hard to explain, honestly. But I think I think they're doing good with him. I don't think... I think they managed to make it in a way that's funny. Even if it's slightly disturbing, and as... That got that karmic balance too, right? Even when he gets his way, he doesn't get things his way. And he is obviously a nuisance to everyone around him, no one loves him. But because he's a strong kung fu master, it makes it really hard for them to get to the... Just to get rid of him. And he also does that thing where, by contrast, he makes the protagonist looks much better. Like, Rama is much more virtual. It's like much more of a good boy than Hapozai, basically. And you can tell. And you can tell. Like, literally in the intro episode, right? Roman decides to play a prank on him using a special herb they found that makes you the smell makes it so you're instantly repellent to women. So with the help of Akane, he sneaks in the herb into his clothes, right? And even before he gets close to women, to say hi, which means he's gonna try to grope them a little bit or hug them inappropriately, they run away from him because they feel the smell. And he is unable to touch any woman. And the ordeal of not harassing any woman for like, I wanna say 15 minutes, caused him to wither, to almost die. And originally, Rama just wanted to do that as a prank. But he got weakened. His parents, like, immediately put him in a very cartoony box to try and send him to the South Pole. But Rama, being more moralistic, he's like, no, I don't want to beat him like this. I want to beat him in a fair fight. So he explains and removes the tag from him because he wants a fair fight. Immediately gets punished by it because Hapazai is like, oh, it's okay, I forgive you, and immediately launches a sneak attack on him. Like, doesn't take 5 seconds for him to launch the sneak attack. Because Hapazai is absolutely the worst. And Rama, being a better person than him, just causes him to suffer. So yeah, overall, they're doing a good job with the chaos jokes. He's probably not gonna be a lot of people. He's gonna be like a lot of people's least favorite characters. And honestly, it's by design. He is not meant to be likable. He is meant to pose interesting and annoying challenges for the protagonist. That is literally what he's there for. And I honestly think that's fine. People say that we don't have enough evil/hateable villains nowadays. Everyone needs to have a backstory and not be problematic. And okay, here you go. Here's your problematic villain. Enjoy. Enjoy. He is evil in the pettiest sense of the word. He is extremely petty. Now let me see. Honestly, I was a little bit afraid of learning that he was going to be back in action. I was like, oh, are they gonna rework him? I think they're gonna rework him. Is he gonna still work after the rework? Did he work at all before the rework? I was also wondering, you know? Which is like a fair thing to ask, especially when it comes to older property. Not everything is gonna be pretty solid. That is something that I learned from rewatching Chrono Crusade. Chrono Crusade, like, I had, like, usually I don't, but I had such rose-tinted glasses when it came to that anime. Because that anime had such an amazingly, like, emotional ending to me that I didn't realize a lot of its shortcomings until I rewatched it. And I was like, oh, oh no, oh no, oh. This is not what I remember. This is not what I remember at all. So that one showed me to be a little bit wary on with like older media, especially anime. Because it's not all gonna be pretty flowers, you know? It's not all gonna be smelling roses. And that's fine, and that's fine. Media changes over time, and honestly, it can be very useful as learning tools. Can definitely be. I personally found, like, especially like comedy stuff is very interesting from like a learning history perspective. Because if you know what the jokes were, you can kind of get a grasp an idea of how people of a certain time used to think, what were like their concerns and stuff like that. Because usually the generational concern is very much expressed through humor. So within old jokes and old chargers, you can get a grasp about what were the what were the people at the time thinking about certain issues, what was it that bothered them, stuff like that. Which to me is interesting. Wait, what's the difference? Yeah. Okay, so if I do like this, then I do like this. But yeah, Happosai is like Muten Roshi on crack. It's like you take Muten Roshi and you take anything that might be a redeeming character quality, like being a good master, being a faithful friend. It's just take that all away. Just take that all out. Just take that all out. Is a lazy butt. Oh, you know what? Because the sun is coming out here, technically this area should be darker. But will that... Not sure how well that will translate. Let me see. If we can make this warmer. But yeah, but yeah, but yeah. So Rama is still fun. I do find it interesting that they did like a disclaimer. Rama is definitely set up in the 80s. They didn't like do I don't know, floating timeline or anything like that, so you won't see people with smartphones or anything like that in the show. Because that's like, the original didn't have that, so... Okay, so let's see if this works. I mean, it goes by so fast. It kind of automatically does. I feel like I just spend a lot of time doing this in painful detail only for it to not matter at all. Sure. It's fine. Ah, thank you for the pet, Lunatic. I watched a series that Momocho wanted to watch. We watched Rupture on Apple TV. My mom got a new cell phone, so she kindly decided to share the... She got like 3 months free of Apple TV. So she shared that with us. And because of that, we can watch some stuff that we couldn't before. Okay, so let me see. How are we doing here? Hmm. That's not too bad. That is not too bad at all. That's a good intro. And then we can immediately hop on to some shenanigans. During this, right? See. I appreciate you, Kiba. Ah, thank you, Lunatic. Okay, let's actually name the layer so we don't get too lost in the sauce. But yeah, we watched this show called Severance. It is quite creepy. Very creepy show. Not because it's horror per se, just because the show has like an unsettling tone. And it's basically about a company that creates the ultimate NDA. Ah, I appreciate you too, Lunatic. See. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do here? Hold up. Let me do something smart. Let me do something smart. Where is the layer? We take this. There we go. Now, we just need to edit this a little bit. There we are. Now it's easy, way easier for me to make like the ninja link picking up. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna need more layers of this, but that's okay. Then we do this. And it is like a very interesting show, for sure. Basically, a company creates like the ultimate NDA. And I already have way too many questions. I watched like just 2 episodes and I already have too many questions. Basically, what they do is they give you a brain... In order to work for the company, you have to get a brain surgery. And the brain surgery puts a chip in your head, and that chip creates like a backup data server in your head, basically. And what that does is that essentially creates a work version of you. And that work version of you cannot remember anything you did at work. So it's a 9-to-5 job, but basically for you, you black out, right? You completely black out. And when you wake up, the job is you're already on your way out going home. Which I think it's like an interesting idea for people who had very boring 9-to-5 jobs, right? It's like, I can work on something that I don't really like. And I don't have to feel it. I don't have to feel like I'm working. Seems awesome. It's the warp train, essentially. Yeah, pretty much. And much like the warp train, the main issue comes from what happens inside the company. Because basically, the work version of you kind of has no memories that they're there. And the work version of you, the work version of you disappears the second you exit the building. So the work version of you is stuck at work forever. Meanwhile, the outside version of you is living life, essentially, without having to worry about having a job. So it's kind of like you're enslaving yourself in a sense. Right? And it's all very mysterious, very unsettling too. And kind of cool. Now, what's really scary is that the main reason why this even is a thing in the first place is because the main characters are working on something for the company that if it got out, it would be really bad. So they're working on like some classified material. And as if that wasn't weird enough, how do I know that I will be the one who is the leisure version of me? So technically, because the new version is created and doesn't have your memories, that one is actually guaranteed. That one is not the issue. The issue, however, is pretty much the whole psychological torture that goes inside. Because here's the fun part. Here's the fun part. If you are uncomfortable with your workspace, how would you know? How would you know if you were being like, this is like abnormality levels of freaking weird. Because think about that. How do you quit? How can you quit if you don't know what's going on? That is an issue. There is one character is the new guy or gal in this case is a lady that just got started, and she hates it in there. But her outside version has no idea that she hates it in there. There were hints, like within like the 5 first minutes of her being introduced to the workplace. She leaves. There is a door that she can leave, right? But the guy from the interview was outside waiting for her. The second she leaves the door, she flips back into her outside self, right? And the guy is there, and she's like, wow, why am I outside? And he's like, oh, it's part of the calibration process. We have our guys just go out and look at the stairs a little bit. Don't worry about that. You probably got dizzy in there. Come on, go back in. Go back in. And she's like, ah, okay. And then she goes back in. And to her, she keeps trying to leave and she keeps getting shoved back in. And she's like, am I dead? Is this purgatory? Why does this door not work? Meanwhile, the guy was gaslighting her the whole time. They do this cut in the first episode that's really cool, where you just see her perspective waking up in the company, and you're like her, you have no idea of what's going on. It is surreal. And then they give you, through the rest of the episode, they give you the extra context of what's going on, and you see why things are happening the way they were happening earlier. It is super cool. It is super cool. And there is the illusion of consent, because technically the outside version consented to all this, right? But technically, is the outside version even the same person as the person who's actually doing all the work? It is fascinating. It's super cool. It's super cool. It's also by Ben Stiller, which was kind of a shocker. Ben Stiller is like an actor that does like some really, really, let's say, blatant comedy. Like, he did freaking Zoolander. Zoolander was a comedy about male models being used as assassins. As world leader assassins. It's just silly. It's just silly. He's very much in the silly humor ballpark. But like, when he directs stuff, he does something that's really out. He does stuff that's like really out there. He goes hard, basically. Okay, that is like a really cool, cute peek. That was a really cute peek. And I really liked it. I really, really liked it. I'm not gonna lie, I was slightly disturbed by it. Kinda can't get it out of my head. It's a little bit disturbing, but in like a good way, because it like triggers me to like think about it and engage with the media. Personally, while I do think this kind of stuff can be exhausting, a little bit exhausting, right? I think it's like one of the best types of media to have, where like you're engaged, that like makes you engaged. Because what is happening? I was like pretty sure all I did was take a little piece of the ceiling here. So why is it destroying two things when I am like... Hold up. But I like pieces of media that you can engage with on an intellectual level, so to speak, right? It's not all passive. The worst thing you can do is just take in content completely passive about it. I think that's usually what people refer to as brain rot. I think it's usually just that. It's because you're just absorbing a lot of stuff completely passively without thinking about it. That is actually not good for you. It's actually not good for you. But as long as you engage with content or whatever in a more like reflexive manner, it works pretty well. I think that's like the main issue with TikTok, when it's like, oh, TikTok's not good for you, not good for your health, and like, but why though? Right? That is also something. That's something I advocate a lot for. Is whenever you hear stuff, whenever you're talking about stuff and stuff like that, do take the time to be like, but why though? Right? And try to think about it. Try to understand what's being said to you. And also try to reflect on your own life experiences and stuff like that. That is good. That is healthy. That is healthy behavior. The main issue, I think, with stuff like TikTok is that it feeds you a lot of information very fast because of the way it is made. Where it just autoplays stuff over and over and over and over again, kind of bombards you with stuff and doesn't give you room to think. That to me would be what makes TikTok a little bit on the not too great for you side, essentially. That's where I draw the line on content, I think. Taking time between like playing games, for instance. You play a game. It was a great game. You get to a game's ending. You know that sublimation stage when you finish playing like a really great game and you kinda have to just stop and think about it. Made for short attention spans and increase the problem of short attention spans. Yeah. I think the best way to counteract the short attention spans is to force yourself to think about what you watched. think that's like a good way to do it. Not gonna say it's like a necessarily easy way to do it. Because if you got attracted to that sort of content, you probably have an issue with short attention span to begin with. It's just making it worse. But it's kind of like a muscle, you kind of have to exercise it, right? I liked Magic School Bus as a kid. It made me think about physics and how the world works when I was like 6. Yeah. Like... I don't know if they're doing that properly no more. God, I actually remember the other day I saw on TV an ad for TikTok that had been going on for a while. That was basically the ad dumping the responsibility of Big on Bot of using TikTok responsibly on the parents. You know the type, right? You know the type. Yeah, so... And that was like, TikTok has a lot of educational content. And I'm like, X to doubt. Especially because short form. And honestly, YouTube Shorts is not much better. YouTube Shorts is just copying TikTok. Which I don't think is a good thing either. If you let YouTube Shorts do its thing, it will just start playing stuff for you. And keep going because engagement numbers and stuff like that, it's complicated. One of the reasons I mention Magic School Bus is because I look at some stuff that kids watch nowadays, like Cocomelon, it just doesn't teach anything or have a point other than entertainment. Yeah, I mean, Cocomelon is meant to be watched by toddlers, but I get what you mean, and it looks brain rotty. It looks very brain rotty. I saw... there's this internet comedian called Ryan George. He has a channel where he tries to make a comedy, but also look objectively at some stuff, right? And apparently, he like does research for these videos, and he found out that that Cocomelon videos are tested through something called the Distractotron, which is like they put a little kid, show them their video, and there is a secondary screen of people doing daily things, like talking or cleaning dishes, activities that are somewhat mundane and boring, right? Basically, if the video doesn't hog the attention of the kid completely, so that they never look at the mundane thing going on the side, like if the kid looks away once, they basically take the video back and start adding more stuff to it, like more colors or some fireworks in the area where the kid stopped paying attention or something like that. So that's scary. That doesn't seem good. It's literally trying to make the glue to the device. So my boss has kids and they watch a TV at work sometimes. I was like half listening to it and it was just nonsense. Oh dear. What did you find out about children's TV in Thailand, lunatic? What horrors had thou uncovered? They were watching YouTube. Oh no. Children are watching Amazing Digital Circus, by the way, which is incredible to me, because I think that show is extremely adult. But I guess it's older children that are watching it. Alright, I think that kind of works for what I was trying to do. It was this lady just doing stuff in a TV show style manner, and I remember at one point she was keeping chocolate to herself because it was hers and kept going like, it's delicious and stuff, and my thought was, what happened to sharing? I hope that they were going to build up to it. I hope maybe it starts with her being like that, but then she learns a valuable lesson by the end of the video. I'll be very real though. There now, especially children's content nowadays, there's a really good chance most of it is just being written by AI and animated by AI and doing everything by AI because most people doing these things are like lazy fucks who don't want to make a difference in the world. They just want to cash out money. You know? I had a look at the screen, it was a real person. What the freaking heck? We're fucked. I don't know, something society is fucked. Nano, thank you for the tier sub. Thank you. I really appreciate it. 35 months in a row. Thank you. Hope you're doing good today. I saw you on fire yesterday. I hope you're less on fire today. Okay. Next frame. Okay, so next frame. Can't put it out, help. Oh no. I don't have a water emote, I'm sorry. I can throw coffee at it, does that help? Do you want some coffee? Have a drink. Oh no. That's gonna help, not the fire, so. Coffee is good. I found a choco. I found a coffee flavored choco. Actually, not me. Momochi found a coffee flavored choco. That is actually so good. And it has actual coffee in it to the point where it actually wakes me up. I just ate everything though. There's none left. But it's really good. I don't know if you've ever seen that brand. No, it's called Nugen Bar 8091. They sell it at drugstores. That's a brand that you can find at drugstores. Weirdly enough, and it's really good. Well, if the moral of the story from that video was candy and chocolate is the... it's just crap. Oh crap. Yeah. And I was slightly concerned that my niece has been watching a lot of Danganronpa Let's Plays. I think that's less harmful. At least Danganronpa is clumsily trying to make a point that violence isn't like a good thing. Is it really Choco? As far as I'm concerned, it is. As far as I'm concerned, it is. I mean, Momochi hasn't said anything about it being fake Choco, and I trust Momochi's fake Choco radar. Because she could tell right away that the Balduco Choco Balls were just chocolate flavored. Oh, speaking of Balduco, we bought this fancy new product that they had. What was the name of that thing? Let me go. Balduco Pistache. Let me see. Man, it's so new. I'm not actually finding the thingus. It was like this weird chocolate log. I like really cheap chocolate. It has its time and place, but honestly, if I am gonna waste health points with chocolate, I'd rather eat the real stuff because that is actually, at least dark chocolate, is good for your heart. Did you know that? Dark choco is good for your heart. Like this. Speaking of Danganronpa. Na, 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 na. I am very used to amuse and very easy to please. And that's why you're here. Start self-depreciating joke. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm glad. You know what, Lunatic? That is, truth be told, that is a skill to have. That is a blessing to have, if anything, because honestly, I am like slightly afraid of getting stuff that is too fancy. Every so often, I am scared of getting stuff that's too fancy. And just losing the ability to enjoy simpler stuff. Because you kind of don't win very much in that regard, right? Funnily enough, a lot of the time I actually dislike the fancier stuff. Huh! I mean, not all fancy stuff is good. That is something I learned, is that a lot of the time there are a lot of like fancy stuff that if you go like, oh, this costs a lot, this must be good, right? And it's not good. It's like, it's so disappointing. It's so disappointing. I feel like the price adds a barrier to enjoying some of the stuff. Because it's like, okay, so this doesn't have to be just good. This has to be X dollars worth of good, right? For me, it's more often than not, I physically cannot tell the difference, sometimes just preference to perceive stuff. But god damn it, I can't remember the name of the thing. I wanted to show a picture. Brownie. It had like a really, really fancy, it was like really fancy looking, right? God damn it, it doesn't show. Maybe it's not being sold online, that's why there isn't a picture. Okay, let's focus. Focus, I can describe this. I know I can describe this. So, imagine the following. It looks like a tiny cake, right? It looks like this. It looks a little bit like this. Like this. Kinda looks like a little log that is made of chocolate, right? But this area here has a creamy filling, right? So a creamy filling all the way to here. Yeah, it's kind of like a U-log, honestly. And this area here is a hardened brownie. So it's a hardened brownie covered with the sweet paste that varies depending to the size. And it's covered in chocolate. And there is a version that is dulce de leche that's covered in regular chocolate with some nuts on the side, right? Kinda, but ginormous nonetheless. Ginormous. Imagine a Twix that is the whole palm of your hand, right? And there was this version that had nuts, and there was this white chocolate version. And the white chocolate version was filled with pistachio. So instead of the nuts on the side, they had like the pistachio squiggle here. I know the word U-log from a mobile bakery idle game which I hacked as a child. Yeah, this thing here is so freaking sweet. I swear to God. Like, I ate it on Sunday stream while I was streaming Darkwoods. You can, if you see me pausing to eat and you see me right after, you might see me speaking faster. I had like a sugar overload of how sweet it is. It's so sweet. It's impossibly sweet. If you see the VOD, or I think if you see the VOD of the before and after, that wasn't coffee, that was pure sugar. I got you set up because of the sugar. And now, I don't like stuff that is that sweet. I'm gonna say that right now. Not really used to it, right? But like, it was so impossibly sweet. If you like, go ahead, but you've been warned. It is so sweet. It is so sweet. I loved sugar. I crushed bamboo sugar or something directly. I did that too. Sugarcane is very common here in Brazil. Do you guys also have the sugarcane juice? That there's like an old guy that makes it for you, and he has like the little machine that crushes. And it's usually full of bees, and maybe you might drink some bees together. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, there was a time here in Brazil where they started innovating with these. So you would get sugarcane mixed with like passion fruit or maybe strawberry milk and stuff like that. The passion fruit one, or even lemons. The lemon one is like super good. It's super good because it combines like the sugary with the zesty. But I remember in school in Thai class that we were just gonna make some traditional Thai sweets and we just grabbed it on one sugar pellet and just ate it. It was the size of my palm. That is child behavior, right? That is regular child behavior right there. It do be like that. It do be like that. Man. Honestly though, I don't think we're ever buying that again because it turned out to be way too sweet. I am way more careful on my sugar level now because my grandma has diabetes, but child me would eat any amount of sugar and never got sugar rush or anything. Yeah, me too. I never felt sugar rush. When I learned that that was a thing, I was actually surprised. I remember like, wait, is that alright? Is that okay? Oh, hold up. Gonna do a little extra trick here. There it is. There we go. And then I'm gonna replace this specifically. No, cancel. We do this and this. I just pass out, so no sugar rush. So you skip straight to the sugar crash, essentially. What you're saying is you're skipping straight to the sugar crash. Dang. Yeah. Ah, right, this layer. There we go. Here we go. Yeah, I never had sugar rush either. Straight to the sugar crash, I guess. Except on stream the last time, because technically that's kind of a sugar rush, I guess. It was weird. It was wild. Oh, right. So here it changes to here. And we put this away. And here we can just delete the ninja lane. Oh. There we go. Oh, by the way, guys, by the way, I forgot to tell you guys something really fun happened recently. Milia made a, how do you say, she made like a concurso, a raffle. She made a raffle, right, for making a gremlin model, right? And I won. So there's gonna be a new model in the rooster soon. And what I asked for her, for something that's gonna be really special, that I hope everyone on the stream is gonna enjoy a lot. It's like, soon when it's ready, TM. I wonder if it will finish before I finish this one. We'll see. Milia is actually a scary fast artist lunatic. She likes, at least when it comes to sketches, she pops them out like super fast. But don't worry about it. I'm not gonna give out any extra details about it because I don't want to give spoilers. But it's something that I've been thinking about. But I will give the hint that it's something that I've been thinking about doing for a while now. I just haven't had the opportunity for a chibi model quite like that. And yeah, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. And that's all I'm gonna say. Because honestly, Emilia is pretty awesome. Like, Mamochi's current model was actually rigged by her. And that was when she was still learning how to rig. One day I shall reach the heights of being a good rigger. I think you're pretty damn good, especially for someone who only does it as a hobby, lunatic. Oh yeah, like there are some like new stuff that literally scares me. You wanna see something that's like really scary? I wonder if I can show it. Might be a little bit risky to show it on stream. Let me try it though. Let's see. It's on X, so I am gonna have to access X on stream. But it should be fine. Although this isn't really about rigging. Let me get here. Screen capture, console. Let me get properties. Chrome. Okay. There we go. Do you guys see it? I should have been flipping like 20 minutes ago, but like, oh well. Oh no. Look at this. So this is a pixel model that the guy straight up just animated everything. So he did a frame for every single one of the... Yeah, so the sprite sheet for this must look insane. I'm not sure how much of this is live 2D and how much of this is just the guy pixel arting. I think it's all of it. It's like what we did at the mouth. He did it with the mouth as well, but he also did it for the body. I'm not sure if the eyes are the same way. I think they might be. Because you can tell from the way he moves the head around that it's very kind of... It has like a... It's stiff compared to Live 2D, basically. The eyes, the arms, the body, and the hair. Indeed, indeed. Unfortunately, one side effect that I see from this though is that the body feels very stiff. He would have to do all this work with the head, with the body as well. You know? Which honestly, at this point, I think you die. You know what I mean? But yeah, very impressive stuff. Very impressive stuff. Yeah, people are like outdoing themselves to make crazier and crazier and greater models. I remember like when we started, if like your model could do half of what this Pixel one does, you are like amongst the elite. Anytime you see the individual pixels shifting without sliding, that's a new frame. It's kind of amazing how far Life 2D artists have developed because of VTubers. I remember seeing Life 2D in some visual novels when it was a new thing. And the armor that breed us was a problem. A very common problem in these. It never looked quite right. It never looked right. I remember at the time even finding it kind of unsettling and hoping that they wouldn't actually use it. The technology was very new. And a lot of it didn't felt right. Anytime you see the individual pixels shifting without sliding, that's a new frame. I see, I see. Armor that breathes is a common thing because it's way easy to do and have a whole body in the web deformer. I mean, theoretically, like, what would be difficult that would be a little bit more realistic, I guess, is like making it so parts of the armor flow up with the breathing, but the armor itself doesn't move. You know what I mean? So I think at that point it's less of like being a mistake and more of being, if you don't mind me saying, a shortcut, right? Which there is nothing wrong with that, especially if you're strapped for work, using the shortcuts, like reusing frames and stuff like that. It's all valid. But if you know, you know. Kinda like how I am doing this in reverse instead of animating again. but I am skipping a few frames because it makes it faster. Okay, so let's see how we're doing with this part. Ah, there you go. That's nice. That is nice. That is nice. We got some cuteness going on. So it's not too boring that just keep up posing. I wonder if I did the color transition a little bit too fast, but... Let me see. I think it doesn't make it transparent. Nah. I think it's best. It's probably better that it's faster. Probably better. There we go. Get this one. So I'm gonna get this one here. And I wanna make Kiba coming out of here, of the peeking out. Right? So first things first, we're not gonna need the legs for that. So these are out. Alright, Kiba, it's unfortunate time for me to part. Now I hope you have a good stream. Best of luck with the arting. Thank you, Lunatic. Have a good Nini. Have a good one, okay? Okay, so now we did this. Then I think tomorrow, hopefully, will be time for me to redo Buddy XY for the third time. Oh, I am gonna be on the gym, but I wish you best of luck, okay? On your stream. You got this. Okay, so... Oh no, not stream, just working. Ah, okay. Thursday stream day. That is true. Man, I'm not gonna have my computer on Thursday. I'm not gonna have my computer on Thursday. Honestly though, it's something that I needed to do that's been long overdue. I've been delaying it mostly because I don't want to, like, not stream, right? But since Tuesday is a little bit like of a... Thursday is kind of a dead day, so to speak, for streaming. Because of the hours that I stream on that day. They're not the best, but there isn't much I can do about it because I'm taking the art lessons, right? And it's been tough, but I think it's working. I think my quality is increasing. At least I do think the background quality increased a good amount from what I usually do. I hope it does. But yeah. Go to sleep, lunatic. Go to sleep. Let's see here. I think like this. Yeah, this is kind of a peeking out face. So we got that. The body is obviously too straight for this, but that's because that was the standing pose of the body. Now this would be like... this thing here. Let's see. I can cut what I can cut paste. I will. What I need to actually redraw, I will. I think should be at least this high. The body part should be here. Go. Here we are. God, I saw a video that was like stuff you can do to increase your visibility on the interwebs, and it said something that disturbed me. It said that apparently I am supposed to be posting on Twitter 3 to 7 times a day. Hello, Lukaping, welcome to the stream. Hello, Prince Kiba. Hello, chat. I'll be lurking while I do stuff. Have a good lurk, Lukaping. Lurkers are welcome and encouraged. This is a ninja stream after all. Who am I to tell you not to lurk? I'm lurking all the time. You could be lurking right now. Oh. Something along these lines. And we do this a little bit more. We take like this. You even lurking on your art. Exactly. Do you see? Layers. Look at all the layers. There's at least 14 of them as far as you know. In Gomenasai English grammar. So a little bit like this. So what I want is to be holding the door here. Kind of that pose, you know? Although it does look kind of nice with the arm like this, doesn't it? Okay, so I think the position of the arm is actually good. But yeah, like this, like this. Mhm. Dun, 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 dun. Du, 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 dun. It's kind of funny that because Momochi took a completely random decision to try and play Flip Witch, it influenced my art style so freaking much. So now I wanna know how far can I stretch this? I think I can stretch the head a little bit more. Like we can make it a little bit more like this. Yeah, I think this is good. This is good. This is good. And let me take the arm out. Disassemble, reassemble. Okay. Counting the number of pixels, making sure nothing is too out of place. Okay. And let's put it... Yeah, let's put it a little more inside. There we go. There we go. Man, I miss playing card games. Just gonna say it. I miss playing card games. But the problem is, I miss playing card games as they were when I used to play card games. I was playing Master Duel yesterday and a little bit today because, ooh, there's a new band list. It's better now. Come on. Still the same thing. It's still the same thing. You don't even have to be playing against meta to just do nothing because you didn't drew the response card and then you're being comboed for 500 turns. You can get that from playing against freaking Elemental Hero. You get that experience from playing against Elemental Hero. Every deck does that in Yu-Gi-Oh! Every deck does that. It's not a specific deck issue. It's you didn't get lucky GG bro issue, essentially. Like, I get it, luck should be part of the game. A game can't be all skill or it's chess. And it is pretty fun to try to adapt to a horrible start in the game and then see if you can squeeze a victory regardless. Those are the most rewarding victories you can have in card games, by the way. It's absolutely what I like about card games. But those are so far and few in between modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Those games, I'm not entirely sure they exist anymore. They might be a cryptid at this point. And honestly, I'm starting to doubt they were ever a thing in the first place. I'm also having a little bit of an issue with trying to find an archetype that I actually enjoy the playstyle. I have archetypes that I immensely enjoy the art style. Playstyle's been another thing entirely. I was planning on making Dragon Maid, then Sky Striker came out. And I spent all the money on the Dragon Maid booster, so I don't know anymore. There's Lunalight. I like Lunalight a lot. It's essentially furries dancing under the moon. Have you ever danced with a furry under the pale moonlight? You know? You can say that while you are playing the deck. And the win condition is fun. At least for the first few times you do it, I wanna guess. Because it is like... Lunalight, I probably think it would be like a more fun deck for me. But it is very linear. You are essentially trying to do one thing, and you're doing that one thing really well. And you're hoping your one thing leads to victory. Which is, you're trying to make a boss monster that, admittedly, is quite terrifying. And not by like new boss monster standards where it's kind of like, oh, my monster negates everything. No. This is another level of silliness. This is... Oh, what's the effect of your monster? Oh, it's unaffected by card effects. Oh. Like, all of them? Yeah, pretty much. How do I interact with it? Oh, you can destroy it by battle, you know? Or you can... I suppose if you have a monster that specifically uses monsters on my side of the field as material, as long as it's part of the summoning condition and not the effect, then that works, but everything else won't. Okay. Also, my monster has 3,800 attacks, so good luck with that. So it's pretty... it's pretty interesting, to say the least. I forgot! My dailies! Not the dailies! Oh no, lunatic. You must get to your dailies. Oh no. So I guess you're here for a little while. They kind of are particularly important because we have the event going on, right? Okay, I'm thinking about doing something very comical, like Kiba picks out, basically see that there are people watching the stream, right? And he goes back in and uses a hidden entrance to get to go outside instead of using the freaking door. How is that? Doesn't that sound perfect for me? Just being practical for the sake of it. Whoa. There we go. Now I am one... Whoa. That is not what I wanted to do at all. Now I'm wondering if I make the slide comically slow. Nah. I wanna do like a cool effect with the scarf, so... Wouldn't work if I did it too slow. But I am gonna put this frame here. The frame here is very slow. One funny thing that I picked up during the character design class. Kiba busts through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah! Something along that line, but think more ninja. Think more ninja. I kinda wish the ninja deck was playable in Yu-Gi-Oh! Honestly. It's so sad. The ninja deck was released in Master Duel when the meta was already too strong for it. Kiba bursts through the wall and Kool-Aid Man in a ninja outfit. Aha, much more ninja-like. Much more ninja-like. Perfect. Good idea, Atlantic. Great idea. Great idea. So, like I was saying, I also already... You did? I mean, technically all you have to do is like spend the level up over and over until you do. So I guess it's easy. Huh. I kind of wish they would give us like the encapsulating Tingu for the encapsulating event, but I guess that would make it a little bit too easy to complete, right? I skipped XP levels a couple time yet to get to the temple. Ah, I see, I see, I see. That's fair, that's fair. Let's be real, when you're playing a gacha, the free pool is like the most important part. There you go. During that character creation workshop, the teacher accidentally or non-intentionally also gave us some animation advice. He was talking about mimes, essentially. That mimes have a special way of making the movements when they are performing that makes the movements more readable for us. I already have an ungodly amount of XP tickets and a lot of threat. That is great. That is great. And the trick he taught me was something that I technically already did without really understanding why what I was doing was good. So now that I have the clarity, that means I can do that thing and take it a little bit farther. Which is like really good. So basically what the idea is that in order to make their movements more readable and fluid, what mimes will do is they will do every single thing, every single movement. It starts out building up momentum and it ends releasing the momentum in like a slow manner. So it's all very delicate. It's not like just a jerky movement, you know? So following that idea, right? We're gonna follow this idea through. Also for yellow boxes. Nice, nice, nice. Yellow boxes are good. Yellow boxes are good. So if we're following that idea, we would do something along the lines of this. Where we start with pretty much nothing. Gonna be very hard to notice even. Just like a little thing here. Then like here. Anyways, I finished dailies a bit ago. It took like 3 minutes, so I should go before I stay another hour. Okay, Lunatic, have a good one. Bye-bye. And then we increase a bit more. Also, I didn't put my glass on to encourage me not to stay, but I'm just going, nah, I don't need it anyways. Go to bed. Going to bed is good. Well, let's see. See? The picking out looks pretty good. So the idea is that everything in animation is kind of like an S. Not an S, an S. You know what I mean, right? S. Where like it starts out with a slow build up, and then you got a big curve, and then you also have the slow. That's basically the gist of what they were talking about. Sine wave. Also that. So, kind of like this. And this. Hello, Medina. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good today. I am working on a new intro screen. Oh, Medina, I am so excited. Doing good but being lazy? Some days require you to be lazy, honestly. I got something really fun to tell you. Milia made a raffle for a Gremlin model, and I was one of the winners. I did a winner chicken dinner. So at one point, we're gonna get a new model, and I'm not gonna say what it is, but I picked something. Since she gave me the option, I picked something special. She does Gremlin so damn good, you'll be a Gremlin Kiba. Indeed, indeed. I actually asked her to do something for me that I've been meaning to get for a while now. So yeah, it's super awesome. It's super awesome. Peking Kiba looks cool and cute as well. He is watching. He is. Dun dun. He watches you. If you try to pee on his lawn. And the best part is, I got lucky. But I also get to share that luck with you all because it's gonna be something cool for the stream. That's kinda lewd. Don't be on my yard though. What if I really have to go? At least ask first. At least ask first. So the length should be around the arm. Okay. But would then not be better to ask if I can use the toilet? Exactly, and I won't watch you using the toilet because that makes sense. My point is, please don't pee in my yard. That would be the point. I won't know worries. It's your yard to pee into. Thank you. Wait. Well, it is my yard for my dog to pee into. That much is true. It is Lila's yard, indeed. She is the one who pees. Oh. Lila decided she didn't want to stay in the office today. I miss her a little bit. I like looking back and seeing her. But since Momochi had to go to the mall today, Lila is probably feeling a little bit anxious, right? So she wants to be closer to the door for when Momochi arrives. It's kind of cute. The dogs do that all the time, where they're like, "But if I'm not watching the door, how will I know when they're here?" We don't deserve dogs. They're so cute. They are so cute. They're so cute. Unfortunately, today, Lila went on a little bit of a rampage because I was taking too long to get out of bed. Not even bad, I had to use the toilet. Apparently she got into a little bit of a frenzy, and there is this pillow doggo that we have in the house, and it's pretty old. So Lila basically destroyed it again. But this time she destroyed it a little bit too much. Then we started looking at it, and it was completely covered in dirt. The fabric was kind of undoing itself now. Don't worry, Medina, I will give Lila all the head pets. She always gets a lot of head pets. It's kind of funny. She doesn't like head pets that much. It's hard to explain. Lila is like a very fickle little dog. But it was her plushie. Yeah, but she destroyed it. You know, it has the fall. You know when the foam is coming out too much, right? And it becomes kind of dangerous to let the dog keep it because they might swallow it and choke. Unfortunately, there does come a point where you have to actually take the toy away because it's being too destroy it by the doggo. So yeah, so we had to take it away from her, unfortunately. You got her a new one, right? She already has a lot of different ones. We already have a replacement. It's like a long cat. But we're gonna try to get her another one soon. That is the same size. We don't have another one the same size because that one is massive. She likes to sleep on it too. But we have plenty. She has plenty of toys. And we're gonna get her... Momochi is eyeing this... I don't know if you know these. There is a Cartoon Network TV show called We Bear Bears. It's basically the adventure of millennial bears. And there is the store here in Brazil called Miniso, which has a brand deal with the We Bear Bears, and they have and some of the bear plushies that they carry are very much like that. Are very much around the same size as the bear, the doggo. The doggo we bought at a store called Daiso. But unfortunately that store doesn't care plushies that size anymore. So we need to go to that other store. The issue is that store is there isn't any one of that store in our city. There is one in a nearby city. We need to go to their mall. Soon to get it. What if Donkey plushie but life size it? That would be good. I still can't believe the God of War plushie exists. I still can't believe that. It is worth it. It is. We just need to find the free time for it. Maybe Saturday. Saturday could be good. Yeah, look at this. Look at this scarf animation. I believe anyone owning one needs to show us the backside. Okay, wanna see me do something freaky here in the scene? There are so nice animations, so soothing, amazing work here, but thank you, Medina. By the way, this is what we've been working on so far. Let's get freaky. Okay, so check this out. I've been preparing these in advance for a long time now. So it is about time it paid off. Thank you. I want to do basically what I'm going for is I want to do a bunch of little animations of Kiba and the Ninjalings hopping about in the Tingus, right? And then afternoon comes and sundown comes, and then it resets into like the intro screen essentially. That is what I'm going for. Whoops. Great idea, in my opinion. It's still and cute. It is, it is, it is. It's gonna be the new intro screen for the stream. And I think it's gonna be worth it because it's gonna give people tuning in a good idea of the vibe of the stream. Mm-hmm. There we go. Here and here. There we go. Huh. Instant running cycle. Perfect. I've been like working on these sprites for a long time now. the Ninjaling and the Kiba ones, because I knew they were solid enough that I could do something more with them. I didn't know what it was, but so I just filled a sprite sheet and waited for the time. And that time is now. Maybe back, I got caffeine-free coffee. Oh! Nice. Usually, if I want caffeine-free, I don't know. Here's something that I'm curious. Here's something that I'm actually curious. Is tea caffeine-free? Or does all tea have caffeine by default? Or is there tea that is caffeine-free? I like the Ninjalings, they're adorable silly beans full of shurikens. Exactly! That is my idea with them. That was the idea I had when I was making them. Okay, so this layer is being used for Ninjalings. Perfect. Depends from the tea plant, black tea, green tea, and so on. It has caffeine. If it's an infusion, mint tea, and so on, there's no caffeine. Thank you, Medina. Okay. So this that I'm about to do is actually a little bit lore related. So let's start by doing something normal. In what way? In Ninjaling, let's say Ninjaling 101. See, the main idea is that Ninjalings are basically created through Kiba's shadow power, my shadow power, that is. So that means that they are essentially living shadows. Which means they don't necessarily need to have substance to them. Hey Kitty Kitty, welcome to the stream. How are you today? Ninjalings are living shadows. Lord Bomb just dropped it. Well, let's see. How fast is he running here? Not too fast. Nah, but I think that this is like a good. Yeah, this is a good ratio. For running. Okay. So once again, we do the thing. Wait, What? Ah, okay. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Did I? No, hold up. Okay, no. I don't know why. I thought I did something wrong with the animation, but no, it's fine. Also, you better be comfy, or else initially will catch you in a comfy blanket. Don't threaten me with a good time. Hope you're doing good, cutie kitty. I am doing a new intro screen for mastering. Okay. I think we're good. It looks amazing. Kiba is not only cooking, he's serving. Thank you. Okay, now, did I reach the point that I wanted? Yes. And this is basically what I mean when I say that Ninjalings can do freaky safe. But I am doing much better now. That is good. That is good to hear. That is very good to hear, kitty kitty. Being good is important. I think we can go for one more frame. Let's see. Nah? Yeah. Okay. It's fine. Maybe like a little bit of a hand showing off to just say goodbye. So yeah, essentially Ninjalings are able to do stuff like this. Just pass through 2 places. Completely unjustifiably. So we keep Hiba here. Let's add some blinking. Otherwise, Kiba's eyes will be unmoistened. We need moist eyes. Thank you. I'll still take either this week though. COVID is no fucking joke. No. It's fair. I had COVID once too. It is awful. And it takes a long time until your body's fully clean of it. So yeah, you should, the easier you take, the better the recovery will be. No worries, gets better soon. It sucks a lot and most people think it's harmless. The problem with thinking it's harmless is that you need to respect it for it to heal better. Some people have residing viruses in their body even after a year, so... Dude, that actually reminds me, there's a disease, I think it's measles, that the virus DNA can stay dormant on your body for a long time, and when you get to a older age, like in your 50 or 60, it causes like this weird rash that hurts like hell. I can brush off a cold or a flu, but COVID wrecks me. No, Kiba, even if you have it but no symptoms, it destroys your cardiovascular system. Yikes. Okay, so now... we did... There we go. There we go. 2021 compared to 2019, there are 40% more kids with diabetes type 1. So you think it's because of COVID? That's scary. Man, that is one hell of a crap disease. That is one heck of a crappy disease. There are much worse out there, but yeah, kids are getting wrecked here in Switzerland. Oh no. Yeah, kids are like the most vulnerable to like catching stuff that's cold-esque. Schools are like a breeding ground for diseases. And kids, unfortunately, their hygiene habits, you can teach everything right to them, but they are gonna fail in that regard a lot. Schools don't have a filter and designed kids to occupied so parents can go to work. This means sick kids we brought to school. Yeah, there will be a lot of unnecessary suffering. It easily install some air filters, mitigate most of this, but yeah. Oof. Unfortunately, there is a tendency for people to only do something when it feels like it's absolutely necessary and there is no other way around it. I know the feeling. Here we go. At any rate, for anyone who is sick and recovering though, probably not the nice... How do I put this? For anyone who's recovering from COVID, however, thinking about this doesn't really help a whole lot. Specifically for them on the recovering part, but yeah. Authorities should know better, but goddamn. Goddamn. That wasn't the original intention of a school, but sadly turned into that. Yeah? Long work hours will create that need. Unfortunately. And they didn't teach me about taxes. Yes. You know, you'd think the government would want to teach you how to pay taxes, like, since it's their income, how most of their income comes by. No first aid training, now that I think about it, school kind of suck it. Yeah? No, school definitely suck it. I only recently stopped having those rings. You know, the ones where you have to present an essay, but also you have to study for a test, but it's also the day of the test, and also you're naked or something. It's not especially weird if you work for the government, you still need to fill out the form even though they pay you. Yeah, no, that part actually kind of checks out in the sense that technically everyone should pay. So it kind of gives like a sense of equality. The government pays you, but then they ask for some of the money back. It's almost like being an anime fan that works in an anime store, right? You get paid, but most of your income is gonna stay at the anime store. You know, I actually knew someone who had to quit their job because of that. At least they did a thing like, let's all save emergency numbers and phone, be like, tell them where you are and what happened. Even a small kiddo can do that. Luckily, I have it easy when I test. I just open the app, agree to it, send, everything's pre-filled. Hold up. We have apps for that in Brazil too. Cutie Kitty, the problem is they don't work very well. I wonder if I'm making this animation too big. Oh well. Yes, we're gonna find out. Also, Mamuch is taking kind of a long time. I think I want to take a quick break so I can make some coffee and go to the bathroom. So I am gonna do that. So everyone don't go anywhere. My gut says she's looking for something for La. Probably. Most likely, honestly. We gave her a sheep plushie recently. It's very cute. It looks like a round ball. Let me see if I can find it, actually. Maybe I can. Nice. So... let's see. No, that's not the one. Weird. Go get coffee and pee, no worries. Okay, so BRB. And don't go anywhere, okay? Wee! And we're back. Hi, Super Fudge. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good. Okay, so I think we should alternate between male and female character animation, because let's be honest, I do that a lot. Yeah, but what was the music from before the song? I don't know, it was on shuffle! Oh no! This one is Insane Warriors. I don't know which one was playing after. Can you describe it to me, Kitty Kitty? Maybe I can figure out what it was. I need a... It sounded very medieval-like. Medieval-like, hey. Usually, medieval-like, it's gonna be something from Octopath Traveler. Was it something along these lines? Did it sound something like this? Or maybe this? Was it this one? Yeah, so it's definitely from Octopath Traveler. But it wasn't this one. It wasn't like this one, though. Okay, so it's definitely one from the... Oh, it's definitely from Octopath Traveler. Octopath Traveler soundtrack is so good. I don't actually have a whole lot from Octopath Traveler. Maybe we can find the song? Oh, I took everything that I knew was good from video game music here. Essentially. We're not gonna be able to find it though. Maybe the Sunlands. Is this the one? Kitty Kitty? From what she told me, this must be the one. Okay, so this one is named The Sunlands. It's from Octopath Traveler original soundtrack. I could, but I decided to do it in the most convoluted way possible, and it paid out. The Kiba experience. The true ninja way. My ninja way is still less convoluted than the plot of Boruto. It's super fun to know Danu, because Danu is a big Naruto fan and she does not appreciate Boruto in the slightest. And like, I mean, come on. Like, ninjas that use drones? Believe it! You're gonna love my kid, believe it! Okay. I kind of want to hear it. If you stop to think about it, really, really careful, like really, really careful, if you really stop to think and focus your heart, has there ever been a successful series that the protagonist produced an offspring, and the offspring was liked and beloved by everyone? Like, ever. Everyone in Boruto looks like a cheap Create a character. Even the original characters look like Create a characters. My man Gara, what the frick did they do with his hair? My poor Gara, my poor child, my poor Sen child. What did they do to you? Boruto is a less mature series, which is crazy. I know, right? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I want to do I basically want to do... We're evolving backwards. It's evolving just backwards. Yeah. Pay. I feel like nepotism is the one place in... If there is one place that nepotism doesn't work, it's anime. I wouldn't mind the drones in such a Naruto universe, but I do feel technological advancements went from just starting to use electricity to modern PC in less than 10 years. Yeah, it's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. I don't know, were they like, I don't know if children are gonna relate to this kind of technology. We need drones and smartphones. Were they like that? Was that the line of thinking? Do you guys think that was the line of thinking? Because that's kind of a shitty line. The line of thinking is kind of shit. I think technology was a bad idea. Most of the problems could be solved if they just use it a phone. Yeah, no, it's terrible. It's terrible. You know, maybe, you know what's the worst part? That actually opens up the possibility of there being an antagonist whose whole stick is using a cell phone signal jamming jutsu. Will there be a Boruto gets addicted to Nisha TikTok arc? Maybe. Their main antagonist has a ninjutsu that renders ChatGPT unable to answer any of your questions. Boruto is an iPad, baby! Maybe that's why he's so unlikable. Like, I don't even know. Is Boruto unlikable? I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure I remember his personality. They all have PCs, but as far as I know, not a single cell phone. You know what's really funny, Cutie Kitty? I had the honor of knowing people who had really old things, right? Oh, Momochi. Hold up. Just a second. Okay, Momochi left food for me at the sink. I will go grab it and I'll be right back, okay? This is gonna be a shorter one, don't worry. Okay, so I do have something to say about that one. Naruto is not dead. He became a overworked father. I'm not gonna say which job, but he became an overworked father. So in anime fashion, he's always away from home. And now I shall eat these waffles. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's that. They even have held hand consoles. They have trading card games. Did you guys see the trading card game episode? Where Ninja Elon Musk as a kid took off his credit card to try and buy every single thing that Boruto loved, so Boruto would give him a shiny rare card instead of actually using his credit card to buy singles on freaking Ninja Amazon or something. Dude, the TCG episode has so many implications, that it makes me go mad. It actually makes me go crazy. Okay, Kirikiri, that was a filler, true. But I counter that with a single thing. What isn't a filler in Boruto? I don't know anymore. I seriously cannot distinguish between a filler episode and a plot episode anymore in that show. I gave up after I gave up watching the show after there was this arc where they were treating ninja mermaids like they were something extremely special, when there was a literal shark guy walking around with Akatsuki and everyone knew him and nobody asked. I watched way too much of Boruto. I watched like 80 something episodes. Although I'll be real, it is kind of fun in a slightly rage baity way, because at the very least they would create some situations that were so bonkers, so out of left field, so insane, that it was kinda enjoyable to watch, in the sense that I don't know where this is going. I really have no idea where this plot is going. There was that one time that Boruto was part of a prison break mission. Do you guys remember when Boruto, a 10-year-old, infiltrated a maximum security prison, pretending to be a prisoner? And no one questioned why a 10-year-old was there, which raises the question of how the judiciary system in Ninja Society works, where they just arrest 10-year-olds or something like that. Guys, remember that? That was in the Boruto anime. Waffles with toasted leche. So good. I mean, the Naruto anime, they send kids on missions so they can be killed, so why not send them to prison as well? That is true. But, like, the thing is, Medina, when Naruto started, you had a more medieval Japan feel. So while it is technically fucked up to use child soldiers, it feels correct with the sort of weird time period, right? So the following episodes are fillers. Episode 48-50, episode 67-69, episode 98-103. Although this one's not bad. Episode 102-106, 104-107, 231-232, episode 600-700. Oh god. I thought the life or death situations were happening. Also that, like, the teachers fuck up royally. It's kind of like My Hero Academia, particularly the Bridge Saga was pretty much that, where the contractor lied about the danger of the mission. So, D-rank gainings were sent to deal with an S-rank mission. They only had Kakashi as someone who could deal with... Yeah, but like in Boruto's case, the prison thing, they just send Boruto. And this is supposed... The worst part is, they punctuate, right? That this new age is more of an age of peace, it's not an age of war and stuff like that. Bye-bye, Medina. Have a good one. And Kakashi-sensei is a great character, indeed. I'm glad they just didn't completely power creep him out of the show. I had a friend who was really worried about that when we started watching the show. When we started watching Naruto. It was like, man... He's gonna get power creeped. I like him, but he's gonna get power creeped. He's a mentor. The mentor always got the stick. Wasn't wrong, but it was Jiraiya who got the stick. Kakashi, I think, has like the perfect blend of being cool and mysterious, but also being... how do you say... He has enough vulnerabilities, so he's not untouchable, so he feels really cool, but a little bit down to earth at the same time. It's like a well-blended character, you know? I thought Naruto was a nice Sasuke too, actually. Honestly, though, this is like a very common opinion for people, particularly when this show started. People watching, they always thought Naruto was too annoying. I was actually 100% okay with Naruto. Because I get the attention seeking, the kid with ADHD seeking attention. Also, Rock Lee is the better character. That is fair. Particularly when look, Rock Lee has his own show. He got a spin-off called Rock Lee SD, by the way. That's how popular he is. Like, genuinely, there's no justice for Rock Lee. The whole he has the whole arc of talent versus hard work, and I don't know if it backfired. A lot of people to this day get a little bit pissed that Naruto was revealed that Naruto had super special Nepo baby powers, right? The manga canon episodes are 19 to 23, 39 to 50. Oh god. You're right, Kitty Kitty. It wasn't 75% filler. If you think that only what's manga canon counts as actual episodes, then it's actually 78, 77. And the thing is, technically, the Naruto show never said it was about hard work beating geniuses. Though everyone got that idea because of how much Rock Lee impacted their lives. Naruto is supposed to be a lovable underdog. True, true, true. What the show really is about is a rather misadjusted kid figuring out how he can fit into society and be accepted by it, essentially. And it actually it touches on a few interesting topics, like I like Jiraiya's teaching method a lot, even though it feels a little bit undershadowed by his perviness, right? Because Jiraiya like takes 5 seconds to look at Naruto and is like, "What were they teaching you? Oh, chakra control? For you? Why? You don't need that shit. You got so much energy overflowing in you. Why the hell do you need to control it? You need to learn how to let loose, if anything." And with Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto is actually able to extract his proper latent potential, right? It made absolutely no sense why everyone hated Naruto. Do you mean in story or in the actual fandom? Because in story, I actually have the proper explanation, and it's kind of funny. Okay. So hear me out. What if I told you that originally Naruto was supposed to be Kurama? What if I told you that in the original script, when the first episodes aired, the big reveal was that Naruto was Kurama? Naruto wasn't supposed to be an Echo baby. He was supposed to be the actual freaking yokai fox reincarnated as a child. Naruto was supposed to be a fox. You can check. There is a point in the story where there's a transition where Naruto's eyes stay open more. In the first episodes, his eyes are always closed. He got the kitsune face. He's got the mischievous kitsune face. And that is also why he's way more of a trickster when the show starts. Because he was supposed to be an actual honest kitsune. Naruto was Kurama. Naruto didn't have Kurama buried in him. Naruto was supposed to be Kurama. They changed it, I wanna say, around the bridge story, because the OG idea was that most of the fights from a certain point for Naruto were supposed to be kaiju battles. So it was going to be like a completely different show. The ninja aspect was supposed to be completely overshadowed by giant monsters duking it out. And Naruto was supposed to turn into a giant fox to do those things. I think that Naruto, it made clear how the school system leaves people who need special needs behind, and this is a resemblance of school. Yeah. No, absolutely. That was, I think it was like one of the strong points of Naruto. Where like different children need different guidance. Guy Sensei, I think it was a good teacher, but I think he got a little bit carried away and just taught things that were extremely dangerous to be taught. So I don't know if he was an actual good teacher or not. If I want to say something about Guy Sensei, is that Guy Sensei is definitely that type of teacher that the students love him, but at the same time, they love him because they don't know better. They don't know that sometimes in order to be a good teacher, you have to be a bit of a drag. And he was extremely not a drag. He was very hyperactive. He was very youth or whatever the hell he liked to shout. Power scaling here at Naruto's character arc, indeed. No, I'm not saying that Naruto can't open the eyes, Kirikiri. I'm saying that the default pose is the kitsune face, right? His default face is the kitsune face. And at one point, he's practically stopped doing the kitsune face. The kitsune face gets faded out more and more. That's what I meant. No problem. Asking is how we get things clarified. And there are no stupid questions except those done expressedly to be stupid. Because I know if we give a challenge, we're gonna try to solve it, right? Teachers always go, there are no stupid questions, but they don't realize that students will take that as a personal challenge. Anyways, yeah, so what else? Yeah, Naruto was supposed to be a giant fox. Actually. They changed that. I don't know if the first chapters of the anime that was already changed and there was like some leftover of that. Boy, but like, have you guys watched My Hero Academia? Question. Changing the subject for a little bit. Have you guys seen My Hero Academia? Like, you don't have to have watched it recently. I mean, like, at all. My Hero Academia is a show that I find it's both very interesting to me and it irks me a little bit at the same time. Because it does talk a little bit about like teaching, but I'm not sure what it's trying to say. 1 or 2 episodes, not really into shonen. That is absolutely fair. That is absolutely fair. Not liking shonen is 100% fair. There are some tropes that can be very annoying. That said, you should watch Gachikuta. Give Gachikuta a try. At least 1 episode. And if you don't like shonen, you should avoid What was it? Token Anki, I think is the name, like the plague. They are polar opposites in the shouting spectrum. Like, goddamn. I still find it really funny that both these shows came out at the same time. But yeah, so My Hero Academia is a show that tries to tackle like genius versus hard work too and stuff like that. But it undermines itself because the main premise ends up being that the protagonist got helped through nepotism to get inside the big school. So it already feels a little bit kind of a wasted opportunity there. Kind of a wasted opportunity. I don't know. I really like how that gacha thing is taking a different spin on the shonen genre. There are actually well-written women in there. Writer's female, by the way. Writer's a woman. So, if anything, we should be actually really enthralled by the fact that the male protagonists feel very well written too. Because that lady, I think she's like knocking it out the park with characterization in general. That lady is being like, oh, you think that people can only write their genre well? Hold my beer. Hold my beer. Because there are a few times that if the writer is female, it may seem like the male characters might be a little bit idealized sometimes. I don't know if you ever came across this. If you ever felt that, I know that there have been a few times where I was like, huh. But like, dude, she handles a protagonist with a kid with rage issues, which is like not uncommon, especially for his age and what he's been going through. I think she handles it so well. Not making the character like neat and perfect, like our boy has issues. Our boy has issues. But for real, why? Why is it that most men, not all, write women poorly, while women write better characters in general? This also comes from someone who has never read much. Let me think. The problem comes with the intention a lot of the time. Right? Like, it has been very much being popularized by media itself that women are indecipherable magical unicorns that are incredibly hard to figure out. And how they think, women, how they think, where they live. Tonight at at Fantastical Creatures or something like that. I don't know. I was going somewhere with that bit, but I ended up going nowhere. Anyways, the main issue, so this has been, I think that's gotten internalized a little bit too much, right? That men can't understand women, to the point that a lot of people don't even try or don't want to try. maybe it feels easier to fall back to stereotyping. And definitely in works where you feel like the women are too stereotyped, fair, but it's also important to sometimes take a good look at the male character to see if they're not equally stereotyped, right? Because that sometimes happens to be the case. So everyone is like a walking stereotype. Like, for instance, if you stop to look at, let's say, Death Note. Death Note is notorious for having stereotyped women in it. They're considered acceptable stereotypes, but if you stop to think about it, Misa's only motivation was love, so that's kind of that's a stereotype right there. The FBI lady was also ended up not being that competent, and a lot of her motivation involved her, like, I'm retired now and I'm a house mom and stuff like that. So there is some arguments to be said that most of the women character in Death Note could have been very stereotyped as well, right? I remember, who was it? The author of Game of Thrones actually got commended for being able to be good at writing women, and I remember he was very smug about it, and kind of a good way, honestly, where he just looked at it and said, well, the way I write women is very simple. First, I start with a human being, and I think what a human being would like, and then I think about what, and then I do that. But you know, with women also. So the thing is, maybe write a human being first and then write the genre? He cannot. God. Honestly though, if I were in his shoes, though, let's be real. The TV show kind of fucked him up a little bit. Because as far as we know, maybe the TV show ending was actually the ending he was hoping for, and now everyone hates that ending because of the TV show, and he was like, oh fuck, what do I write now? I need to change the ending. People hate it. Can you imagine being in his shoes? But like, if he had like a grand plan for how he was going to finish the book, and it was much better than the ending, he'd probably be rushing to finish the freaking book by now. But I think a lot of the key points were already decided earlier for the TV show. Evil without a ponytail looks cute. Ah, thank you. Maybe one day I'll reveal my female design. But for now, I do think it's strong enough as it is. We can get like a new... We can get like new hairstyles though. In fact, in the new model, there is gonna be one, because I'm gonna do the mummy version. Well, at least they made a third book where we're still waiting for Portal 3. Oh god. Mummy version? Okay, I'm gonna give you a preview. Lunatic has been rigging the model for a while now, right? So it's let me grab it real quick. Which one? This one, 2.4. So this model, if I come on my hair, there's an alternative hairstyle. Let me see. Add here. Website, mama hair. Remesh. What else is missing here? Strings, flutter cap. I think that was it. You know, I never actually look at this hairstyle minus the hat. I'm gonna need to increase this. I think Lunatic can increase the frown though, so it should be fine. But yeah. Minus the side bang. This is the alternative hairstyle I got. Though I don't think all the pieces are here properly, but yeah, this gives an idea, right? But yeah, like, God. I remember I got so into reading that book too. I picked it up like very, very late. I got very, very late to the train. I didn't even like get hyped for it because there was a TV show or anything. I don't remember why I started reading. Maybe actually it was because of the TV show. Not that I actually watched it, but like the fact that it was being announced kind of got recorded in my brain. You know, that sort of stuff. I was just like, oh, I kind of want to read books. What is a good book? I hear good things about this book. Let's try this book. Derpy! And honestly, it's a good read. Not like not like my favorite style. I do like my fantasy to have a little bit more fantasy in it, if you know what I mean. The setting is very low magic. I kind of like more cool stuff to happen in my stories, honestly. Instead of like a single instance of something really cool followed by a bunch of people talking about politics for 5 hours. But, you know, I also get the appeal. I like how it slowly starts adding magic back into the world. Yeah, it does that in a good way. It does that in a good way, for sure. like, personally to me, the whole story is how people aren't taking global warming seriously. That is absolutely my interpretation of it. But the idea is like a more general take on how people have trouble taking threats seriously when it's not like directly at their doorstep, right? And how sometimes being very good at your job actually comes at your detriment. Because like the only reason the guard, the guard of the Tingus got so decadent was because they did too good of a job. They did too good of a job of keeping the magical beings out that people stopped believing that magic existed at all. And then they ended up start using the guard as a refuse for people who were unwanted in society for one reason or another. Place to throw your political exiles, essentially. Meanwhile, it's actually a super important job and it's being run by people who are hardly competent enough for it because of the selection methods. So I really like that part of the story. And I suppose the parts with the little people character who like struggles with a lot of different stuff. He is cool. Even if he probably could have found better ways to deal with his daddy issues. I saw your updated model, looks cute. Thank you! Lunatic is working hard to rig it. And one day it will be ready. I was AFK but could hear, had to look at the video. Ah, I see. The eyes feel a little bit too apart, don't they? But if I put them closer, they feel too close. What the heck is the situation? Okay, I think I found this. I think I just found something interesting. This head is on a 2-pixel split when it should be on a 3-pixel split. This is causing some unevenness. Okay, now we can fix the eyes. Now we can fix the eyes. Now they're even more apart. Oh god! This looks like a Clannad still shot. Okay, now we fix it. Now we can fix it. Oh, Taraman 7. Oh, Taraman 7. I kinda wish there was a way for me to sing that song without blowing my throat away, you know? Spider-Man 7. There we go. Much better, much better. Yakusenman, Yakusenman, dramatic. Oh, Spider-Man 7. But yeah, what were we talking about? I think we were talking about well-written women. I think the main issue with writing women is that you're writing women, right? It's like I don't know, you want to use a formula. Do you have a particular formula for writing a man that comes off like good? Or do you write a character that is a man first? That is a man, and like you write a character and then you add the gender spice? You know what I mean? Maybe the most writer being man means that you don't need to add the gender spice because it's already baked in. So you don't. But when you're writing women, you start with women as a character, and then you go from there, and that's where the mistakes get made. No. Actually, I think that makes sense. I think that's kind of the issue. And if I recall correctly, trying to overcorrect that leads to a different mistake, which is writing... I think your statement earlier is actually spot on. Make the character first and then make it male, female, or non-binary. Yeah, the gender spice. Gender is a spice. Yo, guys, I think I can start my own writing channel. I just start saying, think of gender as a spice that you add. Wait, is it? I mean, I don't know, it could be. Because, like, the thing is, right? How do you... If you stop to think about it... Let's stop to think about it. I'm not saying I am the king of truth, by the way. I am not. I'm not the king of truth. I am not the Duchess of Reason. And I am certainly not the Count of Common Sense. But... that said... if you stop to think about it, the main difference between a well-written character and a not-so-well-written character is usually along the lines of... it's kind of like character design. Guys, we're going full circle. Hold up. I'm cooking. I just thought of something. Okay, so remember the Indiana Jones spiel? The gender must flow, the spice must flow, agreed. Remember how what enriches character design is different elements to your character, right? So, characterizing your character is the same thing. If you write your character as only one thing, you get something that's bland and hard to recognize, right? It's the same principle. The less characterization you give to your character, the blander it will be and the worse written it will be. So you can't just be character is female and either end there or make that be the end all of the characterization, right? Or the even worse one. Character is a superhero, but female? That's two things. You gave Indiana Jones maybe the hat and the whip and nothing else. You didn't give him a color palette. You didn't give him baggy shirt. You didn't give him the pants that are all beaten down from all the adventure. You didn't give him the proper background. You didn't give him his dirty shoes, right? And you didn't give him Harrison Ford. You're still a long ways to go from making a character. I think when people write a gender badly, they focus on the gender too much. And the people trying to correct the people writing badly are also focusing on the gender too much, being like, huh, men don't act like this, huh, women don't act like this. Theoretically, the character isn't supposed to be all men, the character isn't supposed to be all women. It is I, Jane McJanison, ambassador of all women, and I am here to tell you my love story, which is relatable to all women. So wait, so if you give a character a whip, a leather jacket, a hat and boots and a shirt, and then make it female, it would be similar to Indiana Jones, but not really. So I feel like that's kinda what they're doing in Hollywood a lot. I hear like some sort of I saw some videos that were like criticizing stuff like that. But yeah, it's like, here's the problem with that, Kitty Kitty. The characterization you just gave me is like ignoring certain aspects, like why is she just like Indiana Jones? It's like, I'll be real, comic book writers have been doing that for a while now, you know? Let's make the female version of a popular character, right? And they get kind of overshadowed. Then you kind of retroactively have to give them more stuff, and then it works. Kind of like how in the comics She-Hulk has a lot of different quirks from Hulk, even though she's technically Green Hot Woman to Hulk's Green Angry Man. But yeah, I'm gonna go out of a limb and defend that. Also write original characters. The problem with the proposition of writing Indiana Jones but woman is that you're not writing a new character, you're writing Indiana Jones again. Oh yeah, because Indiana Jones is a rugged man, sometimes even unshaved, and Harrison Ford. And you know what else? If you do that with your character is gonna always be in the shadow of the more popular character, the more popular male character. Which is not an ideal place to be, because they're just gonna get compared a lot. Imagine if Sailor Moon's author was like, well, Dragon Ball is really popular and I need to do these girls fighting, so I'm gonna make Goku but a girl for Usagi. Wouldn't that be something? Can you imagine? Can you even imagine this world? Imagine living that world. Sailor Moon wouldn't even be like wouldn't have like 1/3 of popularity. You don't ignore gender, but you don't over-focus on it, basically. Kind of like a balancing act. Whoa. No, 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 no. Okay, so here... Not that I do exactly a whole lot of creative writing. This is literally just me talking out of my ass, honestly. Oh no, so maybe I'm onto something. And probably character design principles can be used to make characters more interesting in general. Not only in the art department, but even in the writing department. There's some people that do take some of that stuff to a slightly psychotic degree. Borderline, I believe, is the term for it. Like, I've seen a lot of... I did have... I think it's a really cool thing to go into as it applies to games dev as well. Like, one thing that I saw a lot... I used to... There was a point in my life that I was like, maybe I want to write a book. So I started looking into it, like writing tutorials and stuff like that. And writing tutorials on YouTube can be a little bit much. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I don't know. But what I thought from my personal opinion watching them was that they were a little bit discouraging because world building is a term that is thrown around a lot, and I believe it is important, but I also believe that maybe if it's not pertinent to the story, you don't need to start in the Cretaceous age and terraform like 5 entire civilizations so you can get to the village where your character starts their story, right? It's like, it's absolutely a good thing to have in mind that it is a story of your world from before your character was born, and it can be a little bit more than this one race of people used to exist and then they stopped, right? Maybe you could think like some events that are sort of a little bit more recent history, like, oh yeah, in the last century before monarchy, I don't know, we used to be a proletarian-owned state, but then the capitalist pigs took over or something like that, right? So maybe there might still be books of people talking about a golden age or something like that, just for spice. Just for spice. And you can also bluff the crap out of how much detail there actually is about this or how relevant it is to the story, just to leave people wondering. That is also I think that's also absolutely valid. But yeah. Now let me think. Do I Do I have time to work a little until 4 o'clock, or is it gonna be too late to take the doggo out? Is it even time to take the doggo out because the sun seems to be very hot today? I think we could go until 4. Yeah, probably. Okay, we can keep going for like more 12 minutes, I think. Yeah, 12 minutes. Should be okay. But yeah, discussions about character writing are very enjoyable. I do feel like a lot of the YouTube videos that I watched were very prohibitive in a sense. Where there was a lot of focus of, don't make these mistakes. These mistakes will ruin your story. You know, like on that kind of stuff. And I get it. Technically, it's a creative work, and telling people what to do isn't usually what's actually gonna help them. It's more like trying to give them some guidelines they can follow while doing their creative work, I guess. But even then, the thing about every advice about writing and anything in the creative sphere is very simple. You can do whatever the fuck you want. If you do it well, you can pull off everything you want. That is the truth. If you really, really want to, there is no taboo. It's like Assassin's Creed used to say before they became the new Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Always allow it, nothing's forbidden. Right? Morality isn't some sort of magical barrier that magically stops you from doing whatever you want, as common sense or anything like that. Those can't stop you, really. And you can intentionally, like, subvert tropes. You can create characters that are purposefully extremely stereotyped and then give depth to them somehow later, or even make their stereotyping be like So let's say you make a character that acts in a very stereotypical way. Then, throughout the story, you discover that everyone around that character was very bigoted, and the only reason he was acting very stereotypical was because he was actually like an infiltrated agent, so he was acting like they expected him to act, and then he's a completely different character. You can do all sorts of weird things if you really want to. There are several ways to, like, subvert expectations in different ways. But the important thing when you're doing these things is that you absolutely must be able to hook the audience in. Like, you gotta make sure that people know that you are cooking, right? Sometimes you can make a character that is like a terrible person, and then there's the reveal that they're not, and they were actually a really cool character all the time. But if no one gets to that part, your character is gonna remain an awful person. And that's what's a little bit unfair. The unfair limitation between newer authors and well-established ones. Well-established authors, they can get away with more stuff like that. It's like, yes, this book starts really, really slow, but you know me, you know what I'm going for. if you let me cook, the story is gonna turn out really good. Just wait for it. If it's like a celebrated author, yeah, you're gonna give him time to cook. If it's a guy nobody really knows, you might be like, maybe it was probably written by an AI anyways. I'm gonna read something else, and then you drop the whole story. Which is also why it's not necessarily helpful to copy what established authors do all the time. Because the established authors have this sort of buffer, and you're not gonna get the same treatment, you know? You gotta adapt. Heck, there are people who don't give credit to established authors. Like, most people, like, really complain about how much it takes, Lord of the Rings takes when describing scenery. And won't stick around even though there is ample documentation that the story is really good. You just gotta get through this part where the ants are talking endlessly in poems. And there is this whole, I don't know... What was one really annoying thing that Tolkien kinda did a lot? Well, Tolkien really liked languages. So I guess you can find a bunch of stuff written in Elf that is really hard to read and stuff like that. But yeah. So I guess things to think about, I suppose. See, now even I am talking about things you're not supposed to do. I guess you can start really slow as long as you are very crafty in leaving hooks. Like a slow start with a feeling that something is extremely off, with some off-putting elements, could possibly work as a hook to keep people reading, I suppose. Oh, you know what's the most difficult thing to do, though? Trying to take a very common trope and distort it, a very common trope that doesn't make a lot of sense, and use it as like propulsion material for the plot. For instance, let's say you are making a story where the protagonist acts very unlikably, right? And the idea is to like make a reveal that the protagonist is actually a villain. Maybe like the first chapter is from the antagonist's perspective. But there is a lot of writers who are doing this very bad thing where they are using self-inserts. They're using self-inserts to an alarming degree. And why are self-inserts bad? They aren't, but they leave a lot of writers, especially beginner ones, open to something that is very sad. Morality blind spots. So this is a natural human being thing. We are way more lenient with ourselves than we are with other people. right? So when you write a self-insert character in your story, you will have a tendency to justify their actions more than you would other people. Like, if anyone else did this, it would be very admonishable, but because it's practically you who did it, because it's your self-insert, it's pretty much a version of you who did it, you will feel it's more justified, right? So you end up in the situation where your character might be committing several felonies and feel very unlikable because of that. But chill, he's the protagonist, it's fine. That's also the other thing, like making excuses. Everything the protagonist does is good because he's the protagonist. This is a poor writing 101 and doesn't necessarily happen because you're making a self-insert, but by God, does it happen more often when you're making a self-insert. It happens a little bit too often when you're making self-insert characters. It's very common in fanfic, because usually fanfic is like your first attempt at writing. The TV tropes even had a special connotation, the jerk-sue/jerks-2, where the character kinda trauma dumps on everyone, is always angsty and moody, and every other character is still like very okay with this, very okay with almost being abused because and making excuse for them. Because maybe you as the author had situations where you kinda acted this way, but you don't realize that you're actually being that obnoxious, so you kind of just transcript the things you were thinking during that time without much self-reflection. And then on your perspective, everything looks fine, but when someone else is reading, they're gonna go like, wait, this guy's an asshole. And then you read that and you kind of wrote yourself, so now you're offended because technically that guy called you an asshole by proxy. And now you're fighting on the internet with people who read your work. I saw that happen a lot in webcomics, by the way. A lot of like webcomic related drama is usually just that. Okay, so we did most. I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna do with the ponytail. The ponytail is pretty puffy because I want to be on a wall here. I want her to be at least a little bit back to the wall. It would be pretty funny if she was pretty far away and the wall was here because of the hair. Also, I think I got a breast reduction from the side. Let me get that thing. Up to standard regulation. There we go. One of these days, chats, I'm gonna make a Petanco Mama Kipa version. Just to see the reaction. that said, everyone, it is time for me to end the stream. Thank you all for joining me. This, as always, is a ton of fun. I really appreciate you all for joining me. And now we find a proper raid target. Who is on today? I just noticed I can request a nick initially. Just feel mine is already unique. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for joining me, Cutie Kitty. Thank you for joining me, Super Fudge. Thank you for Medina who joined it, and everyone who is there lurking. Hope you all had a chill time with me talking about random subjects. And now let's see, who is Twitch recommending me today? I think I'm gonna go for a new one. No, I think let's look. Do I not have any friends in the R tag today? Where are my friends at? Where are my friends? We got... Oh, you know what? Ares is on. We barely ever drop by her. So let's go to Ares. So once again, everyone, thank you very much for joining me today. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night. Stay awesome. And remember, when in doubt, when you think you can't do it, just think like a ninja. And sure you can. Bye-bye, everyone. Have a good one. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See ya. Go!